All right. Today's class is this particular one. It's called Oops, and it's actually called Java Oops Principles. It's a lot of theories, and there's no fun way of really putting this together in a project. It was very difficult. I could not find any real world something that I could give you right now without the automation for you to demonstrate the knowledge of these principles of oops. And I did my best what I could. Here's the project. I don't want to explain this now. After I go over some of the examples, then I'll come back to this homework that you have to do. It's really easy, not much. You just have to work with a bunch of classes and you have to connect those classes. You are no longer living in one class, in one Java class anymore. You are going to handle and communicate methods, attributes between different classes. Um, I have notes right here. You don't have to write anything, and I'll go over this with you. Um, but you do have to study this. This concept, you are gonna get guaranteed a question or maybe more from the interviewer. Interviewers love asking you questions here because these concepts are very difficult to understand for people that don't have experience. And if you can shine in answering these questions in here with these concepts, then pretty much you got a lot of points with the interviewer. You might get the job if you can orchestrate and deliver these answers properly. So I do have interview questions way down here for you um, that I'm not going to go over, but you're welcome to, and I highly recommend. And these are the ones down here. The questions are here, the answers are here. When you get a chance, read over it. You may have to go over this multiple times on separate occasions. Don't do it on the same day, but maybe give it a week and then read over again. See if you remember those questions. Try to answer to yourself. Um, I will have more of these as you go towards the interview time for you to review, and I'm going to take your mock interview and give you feedback on how you're doing and what else you need to do. When you approach these questions, if you're ever asked, or any questions they ask you about Java or Selenium, what you need to do is take a deep breath and back up a little bit. Just take a few seconds to be quiet and think before you start talking. That says that you are mature and you are organizing your thoughts before you deliver. That you think before you say things. Um, you handle yourself well. All of those things. At the same time, in the back of your mind, you'll be like, okay, this is. Let me gather the information, and I want to say this first. Then I want to say this. Then I want to say that. Um, and then lastly, you want to say it in a way as if you are the teacher. Like the interviewer is a student to you, and you want to explain how the concept works to them, and go from there. Um, so anyway, just read that, and I'll do some classwork for you to explain some of these things. Um, Let me start up this. So it's gonna be mix and match of a lot of things that I'm gonna go over with you today, and all depends on how much you know. Let me create a Java project. I'm gonna name it Oops. Finish. Don't create. And I want to create a package, also call it Java oops and a class called oops concepts or principles. All right, before I get started, let's take a 5 minutes break. I'm gonna go grab some coffee and then go over these concepts with you.
All right, sounds good.
Are y'all back?
Yes.
Yes, we are back.
All right, great. So OOPS principles, OOPS stands for, do it this way, Object Oriented Programming System. Now there are two types of programming languages out there. Is this font okay?
Yeah, no, that's good.
Okay. And there are a lot of programming languages, but overall, there's this two general types. One is called procedural, and this is where you write procedures and methods that perform the operation. So and the second is called object-oriented. Where it's different is over here, instead of you creating and writing procedures all the time, you create objects. And the objects have the procedures and methods already in it that you can use. So objects, create objects that contain both data, sometimes, well, most of the time now we call it attribute, or you may call it variables. So attributes and methods. We're not going to call data, we're not going to call variables. From now on, methods, we're going to call it attributes and methods. A class is the same thing as objects. So you may see me saying class, and that means object. Anytime there is a class, you can create an object. Anytime I say an object, it is a class. Understand? Anytime we talk about data or data storage, together, all of that is called attributes. Where methods are not attributes, is methods talk about some sort of behavior. Okay? Behavior of the program. More will clear to you as we go along. So question, what is a class? So far you have seen. Any comments on that?
No.
Or any comments on the question?
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant something. I was like, no, I don't have anything to say. To be honest, I wouldn't know how to define it. I know what it is, but I can't.
I hear you.
So I think the class we can define as where we can have variables and objects.
Yes. Or you want to say attributes and methods?
And yeah.
So a class contains, we don't know what it is, but at least we know that a class contains attributes and methods.
Yes.
Okay. Shobuz, you said an object can be created.
Yeah.
An object can be created actually unlimited times. So we can write that up there. An object can be created unlimited times for a class or of a class. What else do we know so far? Okay. If the interviewer asks you what is a class, you have to just deliver this line that it is a template or blueprint for objects. Okay.
Right.
Because you are actually creating something that someone can create an object of later down the road and have access to the methods and the values that you store or that you write in that class. You've seen this idea from last homework. You saw, I don't know if I have methods and objects. Yep, let me see if I can show you. Okay, I'll give you an example shortly. Let me see what else I need to talk about. So, let me show you how this class comes together with objects. But before I did that, what is an object if they ask you? What do we know so far?
I think object is that has data and methods.
So objects, because objects is the same thing as a class, then objects also contains attributes, yes? Because we're not going to say data anymore, are we?
Okay.
We're going to say attributes, which means data or variable creations and things like that. And methods. Okay, sure. Anything else? Will the objects have all the methods or only certain ones? Flashback from last class. Will objects have all the methods? Will you have access to all the methods of the class through an object?
You should.
Think the homework.
No.
Well, when I created an object for calculations
Yes.
from the class calculations that I created, yeah, I can only call on certain methods depending if they're static and non-static, right?
Yes, yes. Now you're getting into it. So the answer to this question, can you access all class methods and attributes?
No.
The answer is going to be no. Not all, okay? But which ones? You said non-static and static, so which ones? It's one of those.
Via object, you can get the non-statics.
Correct. So through objects, interview questions, guys. Through objects, you can only access non-static attributes and methods. With me so far?
Yes.
And if they ask you what is an object, you want to memorize this line. It is an instance. Okay, we'll talk about instance in a second. Instance of a class. Okay, so you start with that. It is an instance of a class. Notice, class is the template or blueprint for objects. Now reverse that. Object is a template, is an instance. Instance meaning a clone version. Okay, whenever you think instance, it's like a temporary clone. So object is a temporary clone of a class. You wouldn't say that. Yeah, you can if you want to elaborate, but be fancy and do memorize this part and say it is an instance of a class. And I'm gonna ask you these questions on these over and over. And folks, yes, you elaborate on these things later, but this is what I want to hear first thing. And this is what I want to hear first thing for what a class is. Let's take a look at a bit of a practice here right now, right? So I have this page I opened up and called it Oops Principles. Let me delete this whole thing first. And if I were to write this from scratch, and I don't know what package it is, but I want to create a class. You want to say public class. These are Java keywords. True or false? Java keywords can have uppercase or lowercase.
Lowercase.
So is it true or false if I say Java keywords may contain uppercase or lowercase letters?
Lowercase.
My statement,
False.
is it true or false?
False. False.
It's false. Why? Because Java keywords has to be what? Always?
Lowercase.
Lowercase. And right after the class, I have to give it a name. If I give any other name than I gave it for this file name, it's going to give me an error.
Mm-hmm.
So if I just type in exactly same with case sensitivity there, and then I am not going to have parentheses here, because if I had parentheses here, what would that tell me about this name? That it's a what?
A method.
It's a method. If I had parentheses, it's a method. It's not a method, it's a class. So you open close curly braces.
Got it.
All right. And if I hover over here, it says add package declaration. See that black red X mark there, and giving me a couple of options here. It's saying add package declaration Java oops. Just select that and hit enter, and it will bring that package for you if you were to do this out of scratch. So now you created a class. Everything goes in here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You have also seen main method, which we have been bringing in automatically. But what basically it is a method where Java first goes to. And you can't change the way it is. Certain things you can change, I'll show you. It is a public method because you want everything to be, to have access to this one. It is a static method. You don't want somebody to create object and have access to this. That's why it's static. You want to have it static. It's void, meaning data type is void. It doesn't return anything. We don't want it to return anything. And Java has this name called main. You cannot call it uppercase main or lowercase main. This is one method that is reserved by Java. Okay. Now it is a method. That's why there is a open close parentheses and open close curly braces, just like any other method we have been writing. And in here, this method takes certain parameters. Whenever you write a parameter here, it's always going to be in a pair of data type, and then you have to give it a name. You get to choose the name, but data type is already given. You don't get to choose it. Okay? So in parameter here, the type that has been given is string with these brackets. Who can tell me what that means? It's going back to the previous classes. One of them.
Array.
Array. The way you would read this is array of strings. And technically, we are going to have a whole bunch of array of strings here. Each line is like an array of string the way this this method is going to start acting up. Now, there's a whole lot more goes in, which I have no idea how it does it. But this is where the concept is actually taking in array of strings and somehow working with the compiler to do things. You can't change that. That has to be that. Yes, you can change this name and it works fine, no problem, because you get to choose the name for this. But Java standard it's a short for args or arguments. Okay, this is what you've been dealing with so far. It is nothing but just a method. All right, and then last class you learned how to create your own method, some static, some non-static methods. Okay, I talked about variable. We talked about local variable and global variable. Yes? What's the difference between local and global variable? Interview question.
Global variable will apply to the whole main method. A local variable will only apply, say, within, if I create a smaller subset of an if statement or a switch, it will only be applicable in there, but not outside the entire main method. Something like that.
Yes. So we're going to talk about three things today. One is local, global, and I'm going to add one more. It's called instance variable. Local variable, like Tony said, is inside a code block. Local variable is created, I want to say created inside a code block, or such as if statement, for loop, switch, or method. Okay. Global, or sometimes they will be same, instance variable, are created in a location where all methods will have access to. All right. Now let's take a look at various levels or scope. If I created a variable right here called string name, And if I had a method here, public static void print, suppose, will I be able to access this variable in this method? What do y'all think?
No.
We can.
The answer is no,
Okay.
because the scope of this variable is limited inside this method. Even though it's a main method, you can't access this outside this main method. It's just limited right there. Now, you want to take a shot. How can this method and this method be able to access this variable? Where do I put this so it will be accessible? In what line number?
It has to be outside of the main method.
Yes.
So either 11 or 4.
Yes, correct. Generally, it's in line number 4. So right after the class, these are going to become your global variables, or called instance variables. And the difference is this: I can have this particular one in here, and this becomes my instance variable. But if I have let's say another one, string my name, if I put static, notice I'm extending this idea. Static and non-static is not limited to only methods, but you can also use static and non-static with variables. This variable is a non-static variable. With me so far? And this variable is a static variable. What does that mean? Meaning, if you create an object of this class, Shobus, tell me, if I created an object of this class, which one of these variables will I have access to through the object reference?
My name.
Not my name, but this one.
It would be that one because that's static.
Yeah.
So whenever you hear the word static, meaning it's stationary.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Meaning it stays there, and object is dynamic. Object is you create a clone for it, and it's kind of virtual. It's out there and temporary and stuff. So static ones only belong to this class, and the only way you can call it or have access to it is by calling the name and put a dot, and that will give you access to that, and you only get it one time, which I'm trying to get into. I will get into it shortly. Just can't, give you all the water from the fire hydrant right now. You're gonna drown. So taking baby steps here, it will click, trust me. So this one is called an instance variable because it is non-static. It is global. Of course, it's global. This is not an instance variable, although it is global. Both of these are global, but because static variables are not accessible by creating an instance of the class or creating an object of the class, which means the same thing I just repeated myself, and you can repeat that same thing with your interviewer. If you do both ways, they're gonna think you're a pro. That you have two ways of communicating this. So if you create an object of this class, you will have access to this variable. If you create an instance of this class, you will have access to this variable. That's why these variables are sometimes called instance variables. Any questions?
No question.
All right. Now, with having these outside these two methods, main method have access to this variable, and even this method has access to these variables. Let's give it a shot and see. If I did system out, and I'm gonna give it a name here and write John, and my name, I'm gonna put a value here, Sam, and if I print name, for me to have access to this in here, I have to create an instance of this, looks like, in the class as well. But if I were to print this, watch this, my name, I can go straight and print that. I have access to both of these. So let me do that here. So let's say if I print that here, it's a static variable. I got Sam. But I can't directly access this, even within this method, because it is a non-static variable. The only way I can access this is by creating an object of this, and therefore I would have to create an object for me to access this particular variable even within the class. So watch this. See, if I just did like that and took the variable name in here, it's giving me an error. And it's suggesting that go ahead and change that to static, meaning if I were to change this to static, he would be happy. No problem there. But if I were not to call it static, then it becomes an instance variable and I have to create an object to access it. So how do I create an object? Just blurt out object of this particular class, of the same class.
OOPS principles.
Good.
Then put a name.
You can name whatever you want, the variable name.
So maybe oops
yeah,
Equals
new.
then
Oops.
principles.
Same thing. Good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Open and close principles.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. And now, if I say oops dot name, then I'm
It should.
So if I take that oops dot, and it's gonna give me that option, immediately it gave me access to that variable that was created called name. Ignore all the other ones. Those come in as a system default. And there you go. Now we have that. Now if I print, this will print out Sam. This will print out John. There you go. Sam and John. Okay? I can do the same thing in this method. I can take that here and do it there. Okay? And if I call this method, it's going to print those two again. How would I call this method? It is a static method. If it's a static method within the class, you can just call this print, open, close, and you're done. Okay? That, open, close, and I'm done. But if it was in a separate class, then I would have to name the class just like this and put a dot and then print. Will it still work if I did the same thing here? Sure. With me?
Yeah, we're with you.
But because this method is located within this particular class, I can skip this part right now if I wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to say, go to Texas first and then find Plano. Because we are already inside Texas, I could delete that part and say, go to Plano. And he's going to be fine. Make sense? If I run it, this Sam and this is printing John right there. Same code. I call this method is calling this, went in and printed my name, which is Sam, and printed oops.name through an object, and we got John, Sam, and John.
Got it.
What if I had the same method here, if I copy this and make it non-static? Take that static word off. I can't have the same name. I would say print maybe 2. This became non-static. Notice I still have access to those variables that I created, global variables in here. No problem, they recognize it. How would I call this method from this main method? Understand that Java will come right here and then execute one line at a time for that main method, and he's going to stop here. You can have a method and never called by Java. If you never call this here, this will not get activated. So if I run this, this method will not get activated. It's still going to give me Sam and John from the main method, these two, and Sam and John from here. So you can have thousands of methods, and Java will not even go here and execute these lines. Java is only limited from the beginning of the main method, which is right here, and the end of the main method, which is right here. Okay? Now, will I be able to say print 2, open close parenthesis, and be done? It's going to give me an error. It's going to say, this is a non-static method, so you cannot do it that way. One thing you can do is change that to a static method. If I click that, the static word will appear right here. But what if I didn't want to make that static? I want to access it. Unfortunately, it's not telling you that you have to create a object, or it's not clear enough. You just need to know that yourself, that you have to create an object. But didn't we create an object already? Look at this. Oops, principles, object of this class is right there. Oops. So with that, I will have access to this method. So if I just type in oops right now and put a dot,
then it'll work.
Then it works. Now it has access to that. And just to show you, if I do oops dot and write PR, notice I have access to that. Ignore why we have access to this one. It's probably because in the same page, that's why, but with that S symbol right there, it's still telling you it's static. But anyway, select that. And now if I run this, it's going to be Sam, John 3 times. Okay? Any question about global variable, instance variable, where they need to be, and how are they different from local variable? If I create a local variable here, string, another name equals Bill, and even if I say static, I won't have access to this inside any one of these because it's out of the scope of that variable. The other thing, if I have an if statement, something like this, And if I create a variable inside, let's say string another name or name2 equals Mike. Notice it's totally fine, but will Mike be recognized here if I say, or name2 be recognized outside of this if statement? If I wanted to change that to, let's say, Justin, it's going to give me an error. And the error says name2 cannot be resolved to a variable. He doesn't understand what that is. This variable was created inside the if block and it dies inside the if block. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So you have to design, as a designer, you have to design your variable. Sometimes you just need that variable here and nobody else is going to be using it outside of that if statement. If so, just create it there and be done with it. Other times you're like, no, I need this name to be recognized down here. What you have to do is you have to pull this first statement out of here. Okay, so you got to pull this out of that if statement. How? You take this left side of that equal sign, you copy that, you pull it out here, and close it with a semicolon. Immediately notice that this problem went away. He is no longer angry that I don't know what this is. Now he recognizes that that is that variable right there. But he's not happy. Why not? Who can tell me?
What was the question? Sorry, I'm a little confused.
So this error just went away. If I pulled out this creation from here to here, this is fine. Why is this guy still having an issue over here?
Because you have a name2, but different name in there, the Mike and John. So
Different.
you have to create like name3 for the Mike, or just put the name3 for the, what is it, Justin?
You are halfway there, Loretta. That is correct. Is the problem here is he's saying you've already created. Remember, as soon as you write one of those 4 data types, what are the 4 data types?
String, int,
Uh-huh.
Boolean,
Boolean.
Uh-huh.
and char.
Double.
Or sorry, double.
Yes. Now there's a lot more, but I asked you to just work with these 4, yes?
Yeah.
So the moment you write one of those words, you have created an empty space. And you gave it a name. So over here, when I do string, I'm already creating another empty space. And if I give name2, Java is like, come on. You already created an empty space with that name. Now you're trying to create another empty space with the same name. Then that's going to be a duplicate. And we cannot allow that. Because he can connect this one with that one. But this one cannot be connected with that one if it's outside. So what simple thing I can do to fix this issue? Hint, hint.
Just
Delete.
number 3 and name3 or something.
Delete what? No, if I want this same variable, if I wanted this variable to be the same as this variable and to be the same as this variable, how do I make it work right now?
Would you have to erase strings?
Delete what?
Not strings.
Yeah, in the if, you delete string.
Correct. If you delete that word string, you are saying, hey, Java, don't make another one. I just want you to connect this one with this one and this one. It was created already right here.
Mhm.
And then that problem goes away.
Mhm.
Over here, you saved Mike in that empty space. You came out of that if statement, you deleted Mike, and then you saved Justin in that empty space. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Yeah, so name to Mike in the if is just local to the if statement, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And
And name to Justin is
Yes.
local to the main method.
correct.
Okay.
And you can have another one named too way up here, but if you create one here, then you will have to delete this one, this string word out of here.
Yeah, that'll be a global then.
Yeah.
It will become global.
Everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So with that concept, you design how you want to add your variables. Now, really quickly, I want to go over this difference between a static and a non-static method. Last homework class, Haley asked that question. She wanted to know, and I wasn't able to provide a good answer. Like, what's the point? Why are we creating objects? One extra line of code, why is that needed? So this example, what I'm going to do right now is going to clear up things for you. So let me just clean this up a little bit so I don't get an error. And I'm going to create two classes. Let me create another package. I'm going to call this package 2. That's the package 1 and another package called package 2. And in the effort to give you a real world example, make it more realistic, in package 1, I'm going to create a class called kitchen. Suppose you have a kitchen. And we're going to do a main method here because this is where you want to be in here. And you want to orchestrate. This is your command center. Main method is your command center. And you have a pantry where you store your food items, raw materials that you're going to use to cook stuff with. So I'm going to go to package 2, and let's say we move it in the package 2 to make things more complex. So I go to package 2, and in package 2, I create a class called pantry. This is where you're going to store stuff. We don't need a main method because we don't want Java to go there. We're just going to store stuff, right? So I have this class called pantry. It doesn't have a main method, right? And suppose I have two types of storage here. Now that I don't have a method, anything I write here, this is going to be a global variable. So I can have string, right? I can have a string called fruit, and suppose I didn't store anything. I just create an empty space called fruit, or a fruit basket. Another string called vegetable basket. Okay, so two empty spots doesn't contain any data at all. One is fruit basket, the other is vegetable basket. Now we're going to make one of these static, so let's call this one static. All right, and because we didn't say static in front of this one, automatically it is non-static. And we're going to see how this works out. Both of these, we're going to call it public so that anybody can access this from other classes. Any questions so far? I know I kind of added a few things on the fly.
No, I like this. This is like helping me.
Okay. So notice these public static stuff does not have to be limited to methods only. They're also part of attributes. Okay? You can add them as you need them. You can say protected. You can say private. If you say private, nobody will be able to access these methods. And you can play with how you need it. And when you go work for somebody, you'll see these kinds of things that they have orchestrated, and you have to make sense of it. Anyway, so we got two types of pantry. One is fruit basket, holds fruit. The other is vegetable basket. We have a storage with nothing in it. And we're going to use it. We're going to buy things, put it here, and use it. Now let's go back to our kitchen. So here's our kitchen. And from this kitchen, we're going to try to access this pantry here and try to put stuff. So let's go ahead and see what we can access. So if I write the word pantry dot, notice I only have access to fruit basket. Why is that? Why not the vegetable basket?
Because it's static.
Non-static.
Because the vegetable basket is non-static. How do I
Non-static.
access the vegetable basket?
By creating an object.
By creating an object. I have not created an object, therefore I don't have access to the vegetable basket. Okay, let's leave that there. Let me select this vegetable basket. I am now inside that vegetable basket. Okay, this is Texas, this is Plano. You are in the Plano right now. What do you want to store? You can put an equal sign and store anything you want. Let's say fruit basket, we're going to call, I'm going to store banana. You are storing data from this class to another class. Understand? Java created a pantry for you in this class, a memory. You just went into this class from this class and you stored the word banana. So if you print it out right now and just say pantry.foodbasket, whatever's in that content will get printed out. Banana.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
Okay? All right. What if I wanted to store more items here? So if I copy paste this whole line down here and store apple, if I print out, who can tell me what's going to print? Both or one?
I think we print only apple.
It's going to print the apple, not the banana?
Yeah.
No, because apple's next.
What happened to
Most recent.
banana?
It got replaced by apple.
Correct. It got replaced. The banana is no longer there, has been replaced by apple, and even if you cry, it's gone. You won't have access to that anymore. You can only use that pantry how many times to save how many items? One item. Only one time. This is where the static methods are limited. You can only use this pantry one time for a static method. But if it's a non-static method, watch how many times we can duplicate this class and create clone version of multiple versions. So if I now create an object of this pantry, so Haley, tell me, how would I write? What would I write to create an object or create an instance of the pantry class?
Oh goodness. I know I did this in my brain.
Always remember, it's
Okay.
like Rapunzel, Rapunzel.
Oh, you have to do it. I know what it is.
Scanner.
First, yeah, I mean, it is like scanner.
Yeah.
Close, new, scanner, okay? It is like the same thing, but instead of the word scanner, scanner is the class that this you created an object of, but you're gonna create an object of pantry. So what you gonna replace the first word with?
Pantry.
Pantry. Okay. Pantry, and you give it a name. Generally, you don't want to think about this twice. You just want to do lowercase pantry going forward.
Pantry. New pantry.
I want to call it pantry 1.
Oh yeah.
And then instead of scanner, I would say pantry.
Pantry.
Done.
Okay.
You
Yeah, I wrote that down.
you just created a clone version of this class pantry
Mhm.
through, and you have access to everything in that page, all non-static ones, through this word pantry 1. So now if I go to this pantry 1, put a dot, it gives me that vegetable basket access. If I take that and say I want to put onion in it, okay, and if you want to print that, if I take pantry 1 dot vegetable basket and print that, it will print whatever's in it. So if I run this, first it's gonna print apple from here, which is that. And then over here, you created an object. With that object pantry 1, you stored onion in vegetable basket, and you printed that out, and it printed out onion. Okay, now the beauty of this is you can create more than one pantry class for that particular class. How? If you just duplicate these lines like this. Suppose I have 5 of them, and I can create, call it pantry 2, second one, third one pantry 3, pantry 4, and pantry 5. All right. In pantry 1 dot vegetable basket, I put onion, and I can have 5 of these guys. In pantry 2 vegetable basket, I could put garlic. In pantry 3, notice how many duplication that I created of that class pantry and how many storage I am getting. 1 storage now became 5 storage. Carrots, that should be 3 here.
Yeah.
This is 4, this one 5. Bell pepper and celery. Okay, and all of these are getting stored. Unlike the static method, only one, and only way I can store another one is by replacing the other one. But with non-static method, I've created 5 clone version of that class, and one version has the onion, the other version has garlic, the pantry 3 has carrots, and so forth, and I can print them out and use them whenever I need them. So if I do pantry 2 vegetable basket, pantry 3 vegetable basket, 4 and 5, and print all of these, it's going to print out all of these, and you can access it as you need it. Look at this. Which one is more powerful?
Non-static.
Yeah. Non-static opens up doors for you and multiplies the capability unlimited times. You create the class once, you only have 1 non-static storage, but you have multiplied this 5 times and you're not limited there. You can do it as many times as you want. 1,000 times if you need to. Okay. So that is the idea of creating an object or creating an instance of an object. Okay, so this class is actually an object. Only the object can create instances of the class, and the class is basically a blueprint for the object. Not everything you have access through objects. Static ones you don't have access through objects. Non-static, anything you can have access to, and you can duplicate by creating objects or instances of the object. Okay. If you can explain this in your own words to the interviewer, because they will ask you, and even if it makes sense to you what you're saying, and even if the interviewer does not understand what you're saying, and you may feel like, oh, maybe he doesn't get it, maybe I'm not saying it right. I don't want you to think like that. If you can even go halfway what I just explained verbally, and those words, instance and stuff, and if you don't even say it right, if you even mix it up, you are still a pass, because the interviewer is just waiting to hear those words instant. The waiting to hear the word create an object, waiting to hear the word static and non-static and how they put together. If you utter those words in a decent way, done. They will move on to the next question, and you got a score on that. Does that make sense? If you can remember this, if you can even describe why non-static method, you can duplicate and create so many, create an extra space with just one space that was created, which was vegetable basket. That is a total bonus. I don't think anybody in the industry is able to explain this in the interview. Even the smart ones, even the ones with experience, they know stuff, but they can't explain stuff. So if you can explain this, definitely a plus. Questions before we go for a 5 minutes break?
No question.
All right. We'll come back in 5 minutes and get into more of OOPS principles. Are you guys back?
Yeah, we're back.
Okay. Shobus, can you tell me what does OOPS stand for?
It's object-oriented programming system.
Perfect. Good job. So this object creation is a part of this. This is why Java is part of that OOPS programming system, object-oriented. We create objects and then we access the variables that are there. Not just the variables, you can also access the method exactly the same way. There is no difference there whatsoever. Now, before we go any farther, you need to understand one more thing about this, a special method. This is called constructors. So what is a constructor? Interview question, okay? Because most folks, you're probably not going to use this much, and that's why they want to ask you, because if you know this, that means you have that experience that you're talking about. Constructor is a special method that gets initialized or activated or you could say automatically called. You don't even have to call it. When you create an object of that class. Okay, so let's try to understand what that means. All right, I will take you here, and in this pantry here, I will show you where to put this constructor and how to recognize it. These are part of the rules as well. So let me just give you those rules first before I go in. Two things. Constructors must match. Okay, it is a special method. Understand, it is a method. It is not a class. So, but must match the same class name. Okay, so whatever the class name is, it has to match that. The return type for this method has to be it would be void, but you don't need one. So no return type whatsoever. Okay, and if you don't create one, it is automatically created but invisible. But invisible if you don't create one. Java will create one for you, but it has nothing in it. You won't even see it. You won't be able to use it at all. There's more, but I just want to, with that information, let's go and make one. All right. So just 1 second. All right. So we're here in this pantry, and if I wanted to create a constructor method, one of the rules says that the name of that constructor method has to be exactly same as the class name. So this pantry, I would have to copy exactly like that. Methods have what? What kind of symbols?
Open and close parentheses
Good job. And
and curly braces.
Curly braces.
open, close, curly braces. Good job. So even now I made one, but Java already made one for me, invisible, sitting there. It's just how Java works. Okay. It's not gonna have a return type or void, so I'm not gonna write void here or put like double as return. I won't have a word called return. Constructors don't return anything, because then that's gonna be a problem. It won't be a constructor. You wanna do is you can say public if you want or not, doesn't really matter. So that generally I do see people use public and then pantry has the same name. You can only do it once. If you see that name matching automatically, that method is that special method, which is a constructor. Okay, if interview asks you what is a constructor, you're gonna say constructor is a special method that has the same name as the class name, and it gets activated the moment you create an object, which I'm going to show you right now. What does that mean by activated? Watch this. If I have this fruit basket and stuff, and we're going to bring this up here, and these are global instance variables, and I have this pantry here, I can put something in here right away for this non-static one, this vegetable basket. I can take that equals put, let's say, chili, okay? If I did that in this method, watch how it's gonna be different. If I go in here now, in this kitchen, and suppose I comment out all of these guys, and comment out this, don't need that. Notice I did not store anything in here, and I'm not even going to call this method. This method, inside this method is where in the vegetable basket somebody is putting chili there. But I'm not even going to activate this method at all. I'm just going to go in and create an object and try to print what's in the vegetable basket, see what happens. So I have created an object, pantry, pantry1, new pantry. Pantry1 is a copy of this pantry class. And if I say system out and print pantry1.vegetable-basket, whatever's in it, if I print that out, it gives me chili. What just happened? This method automatically got kicked in. Okay? Somebody kicked off this method automatically where this chili got placed in that basket. How is it different from a regular method? Tony, give me a regular method signature.
He actually went to the restroom.
Okay, no problem. So, Haley, you want to do that? Public?
hmm Public static.
Let's not do static because we want to make it non-static.
Oh yeah, sorry, public, sorry. Then it would be would you do pantry or no void? Oh darn.
Void because we
Okay.
don't want any return. And then if you want to say, let's say lowercase pantry, okay, because we don't want to be duplicate either. We're just trying to see what the difference between this guy that has the exact same name as the class. The method name is the same as the class name. How is that different from something else? Or we'll call it another pantry just to keep them separate.
Yeah, yeah. That's confusing.
Yeah, another pantry. Okay, so if I were to put this right here, let's say vegetable basket, and equal to, give me another name of a vegetable. Spinach?
Yeah, sure, spinach.
Spinach? Okay, didn't spell it right. All right. So, and if I comment this out, I got this method here. Inside this method, what's happening is spinach is being put on that vegetable basket.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody is storing spinach in that vegetable basket. Well, if I go in the kitchen and now print it out, pantry 1 dot vegetable basket, will I get that spinach? If I run it,
No.
I get nothing.
No.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because that never got kicked off. I would have to kick it off myself in order to get spinach. So let's go ahead and kick it off ourselves. Okay? Here's the pantry. If I say pantry 1 and dot, I have access to everything. I have access to this vegetable basket storage bin, and I have access to this method as well. Watch this. If I put a dot, here's that storage bin, vegetable basket, and here's that method called another pantry. All right. If I just take that another pantry and leave it like that, I am activating that method right away. Which is what it does is that method is going to take that spinach and put it in vegetable basket and save it for me. All right. Now, after I activated it, if I print out pantry 1 dot vegetable basket, it's gonna give me that spinach. Watch this. There. But I had to do it with this line, extra line. Sometimes you don't want that. Sometimes you're like, hey, whenever I create an object of pantry, I want you to give me 5 items. Okay? I don't even want to have to lift a finger. Soon as I'm going to create a clone of pantry 1, I want you to put 5 items in that pantry. In that case, you want to use is called a constructor. How is that different? It has exact same name as the class. So when you create an object of the class, that method that has exact same name gets kicked off. Okay? So if I had vegetable basket 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and I'm like, every time I go to the kitchen, I need salt or I need onions, I need garlic anyway. So I don't want to save it anymore myself. I want you to do it for me. I want you to put vegetable basket 1. You want to put that in the constructor. Vegetable basket 1, I want you to give me onion because I always need that. Okay. Basket 2, 3, and 4. 2, give me garlic, store garlic in there as soon as I kick it off. I also need carrots because I make a lot of soup, and celery, the combination of mirepoix. And I want you to kick this off automatically and store this for me, and then I'll try to get it. So 3 and 4 in these storage bins. And this one, I don't need that. So I can go in here, Now, I don't even have to call this method. The moment I created the object with this line, pantry, pantry 1, I created a copy, automatically he goes here. He kicks off this. He stores onion, garlic, carrot, and celery into basket 1, 2, 3, and 4, and he's ready for me to use it. Watch this. Now I can print out pantry 1, vegetable basket 1. If I did that, it gives me onion. If I do vegetable basket 2, kick off, it'll give me onion and garlic. Make sense? 3, 4, and gives me onion, garlic, carrots, and celery.
Can I store an array into vegetable basket 1 containing all 4 of them and only call vegetable basket 1 and it'll give me onion, garlic, carrots, and celery without having to do sys out pantry 1, vegetable basket 2, 3, and 4?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes. Let me do that, recreate that on my end, and then show you in another class.
Okay, sounds good.
So you don't have to, what he's saying, can you store more in just say vegetable basket? Yeah. What are you going to have to do? Create what out of this?
An array.
An array or what? You could have an array list.
Yeah, you can have an array.
So instead of the data type string, you could have string array. Sure. You could also have array list, and with this brackets you put in here string. Hover over import. You created an array list of those items and you can store it here. You know, let me give it a shot. Quickly, let me see if I can do this for you here. So suppose I got this array list here with just called vegetable basket. And in this constructor, I go in here and I put in something in here. So this is the name, vegetable basket, already been created. I go in here and say dot add. And you can add onion. With me so far?
Yeah, with you.
His idea is, why need number 2, number 3, number 4? Why can't we just create 1 with that same name? Then yeah, there you go. And this is unlimited. Array list doesn't have a limit to as many as you want to add. And I can go in here and say garlic, carrots, celery, and keep going on, and this gets kicked off and saved automatically soon as I create an object. So the object is created with this line, pantry equals new pantry. And now if I wanted to print out vegetable basket, do you see the difference here?
Mm-hmm.
Look at this. With the dot, you got this vegetable basket that only stores 1 string. Basket 4 stores 1 string. Basket 2 stores string array. And look at this vegetable basket array list.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to access that, which is a list of string array list, and exit out that view, let's see how that prints out. If I just printed that list of string, it gives me an error. Null pointer, it's not finding anything. Who can tell me how would I print that? How do we access and print? It's one of the homeworks that we've done. Data from array list. What Java statement do we have to use to do that?
The loop.
The loop, correct. Because pantry.one vegetable basket here, you would need get, and you have to put some sort of index. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
In index 0 is that onion store. So if I print that, it's going to print onion. But it's giving me some issues here. Need to see what null pointer still can't find anything. Our next class is going to be on analyzing these, so I don't want to go too much into that.
Okay.
So let's do a for loop, kind of a quick flashback. For, which for loop would be best for this one?
For each.
Correct. For each what? What is inside this? What data type is inside this basket?
String.
String, correct. So you type in string, and then you give it a variable name.
S.
S. What symbol?
Colon.
Colon. And then this is where you put that whole thing in there, which is pantry.vegetable basket.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you put that there. And now every one of those items inside that basket is stored inside this variable name S. And it changes every time it takes a circle and goes back around, it changes. So if all I have to do is print
S.
I don't even have to say which index at all. First round is gonna be S index with 0. Second one S index with 2. And then it will end. It's smart enough to understand when it's going to need to end, that there's no more data. So if I comment this out and say a prayer and run it, hopefully it's gonna run. If it doesn't, I have to get back to you. Yes. So I don't know what's going on here. Let me quickly see. It's supposed to work.
Okay.
It's supposed to work, but there must be something that I'm missing.
Yeah, it was just a thought. I was thinking that instead of always doing this out and one, pulling it from each other, but you're still the same amount of time you're doing just in two different classes. If I just put an array list, I can pull the entire thing whenever I want to, all of it, just with a few lines of code.
Yeah.
That was just my thought process.
And it's totally doable. There's we have this code in our framework.
Okay.
So I'm going to investigate this a little bit farther and see why this is not working. Maybe there's one tiny thing that I'm missing that I don't understand. And will you really need to use this as a mid-level, entry-level programmer? No. But if you become an architect, you need to know how to fix this issue, because the framework that you're going to be working inside, where you're going to be automating things, the architect, as an architect, you have to create all those classes and set things up for your employees to go in there and write codes in it. They won't understand at that level, which at my level, I am still not an architect level. I can't create things like that, like a framework. Amateur framework, yes. But the framework that I'm working inside, this guy has 15 years of work experience. I am not there. But someday I'll get there, and you guys are gonna get there as well. But yes, Tony, this is supposed to work, and we'll find things out and see how we can do that. Going back to this constructor idea, any questions so far?
Not so far, I don't think.
Okay, can we overload constructors? And you're probably thinking, what is overload? What is overloading, method overloading? This is interview question.
Method overloading is whenever you create lots of methods within a main method to help you within the main method. Like whenever you did the print, instead of doing always sys out, you can just create the print method that allows you to always access that. So instead of having to write that, you can just write print whatever within parentheses. So you can overload with methods to do all kinds of things to make it easier for you.
Yes, in a vague way. You do want to memorize these though.
Okay, yeah, that was just my basic understanding.
But that's still good. I want you to keep communicating. I want you to talk, because more you talk, better you're going to get at it. So number one, method overloading is same name for multiple methods. Okay. Same name. You should be thinking, well, wouldn't that give you a duplicate? Wouldn't Java say error duplicate? Okay. You can say same or duplicate name.
Yeah, I remember now. Because then for
So you're
print,
allowed. With method overloading idea, you are allowed to put duplicate method name. You are allowed. Except there is a rule you have to follow, and that's number 2. You have to say these two things. And trust me, if I was interviewing you for a job in our company, I want to hear these two things that you say. Because no matter what else you say, yeah, I might take it as a you got a 90. You're not going to get 100 until I hear those two things. So duplicate or same method name, but different combination of parameters. Or return type.
I think I remember now.
You remember, you just couldn't find words to.
Yeah, it was hard to articulate.
Yes, and I would have given you a 90 there and call it a pass, because I would categorize you as knowledgeable, but unable to not to the level that you can start teaching people yet. Does that make sense? I don't
like
need,
I can't teach someone else.
Yeah, you as a candidate, I'm not looking for you to be at that level that that you can teach others. Okay? My job is to hire a candidate who can do the work for me, and I'll have to teach him. But would have to be at a certain level. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't want to hire you. I as a matter of fact, if you're too good, I have a fear that you might take over my job. So you don't want to be too good either. So don't panic when you go in an interview. Oh, I'm not good enough. No, if you're too good, that's risky, because there's gonna be maybe 2 people in the interview. One is a architect, the other is your level of engineer. And if your answers come out better than your level of engineer in that panel of interview, guess what's gonna happen when you leave that room? That guy is gonna feel threatened by you.
And just because of that, he won't hire you.
Yes, and he's gonna put a bad word for you. He's gonna criticize you, because he's not saying that, this guy gets hired, or boss is gonna go for his support, and boss is gonna like him more than me, and I'm gonna become second. And right now I am the first. I wanna be the first. So you might go into a negative direction because you are too good. All right. So again, you don't need to be able to explain this well. You just need to have to utter some words that's there, and he will accept you as, yeah, this guy knows how it works. He just can't explain it. I don't care whether he can explain it or not. because I'm not gonna make him a teacher here. I just need to get some work done. That's all, right? So just keep that psychology in mind. So how are we gonna do this? Real quickly, we go back into the kitchen and actually, let me create a separate class. There's too many things in here. So creating a class called method overloading. I'm actually, folks, these ideas are OOPS principles. So instead of giving you too much theory, I'm giving you more practical before I give you the theories. That's why I'm taking a different route. But I'm going to piece together all this puzzle towards the end of the class. So just bear with me. Method overloading. So I have this class here. I can have print method, all right? This is my main method, but let's say I go out of the main method and create a couple of methods called print. Public void print. Okay, this method, it's going to print anything. Just print something. All right, and I can call this method from this class. Okay, let's make it static. It's gonna be easy to call it from this class. I don't have to create an object, and I just say print with open close parenthesis, and this will get called. Java will print out that statement on the right side. Run it. No problem there, yes?
Yep.
Okay. Now, what if I created another method with the same name? He's going to give me an error. It says duplicate name. But if I change this combination of stuff a little bit here and there, he's not going to have any problem anymore. If I put in, let's say, a parameter, this one doesn't have a parameter. It doesn't take anything. You just now write the name, he goes in, no parameter, he connects to that and prints that out. But if I just say parameter string and call it text, this is my given name, this is data type. So data type, variable name. And instead of saying just print this, I take this off and put this text right here. Now we are taking an input. Understand?
Yeah.
This method is taking an input like a tortilla maker. Hang on a second. Where's my control panel? So this is your tortilla maker funnel. Here is flour going in. It goes in and the machine kicks out that. So you put in flour, it goes cooked up and gets printed out right there. Okay? This, I just overloaded the method. Same method name. I overloaded it with the name. One has a funnel to take something, the other doesn't take anything at all. Now, let's see how we're going to use it. Same method that I called last time, this got kicked off. Watch this. If I put something in here, if I put flour in here, who can tell me which method will get kicked off?
The last one.
The last one, correct. Because Java is going to say, we got two machines with the same thing. You got a machine right here, you got a machine right here. But this machine, I only use when you put flour in the tortilla maker. I don't use that one. So because you put flour inside that machine, I'm not even going to go here. I'm going to go here and print out flower. So if I run this now, I get flower printed out. Can I keep on doing this? Sure. You can have a return type. I can copy this, have the same name again. All I have to do is just be a little different from this guy and this guy. Meaning these have void, void, and void. I can change that to, let's say, int. Now I added a return type. That means I have to say return. I don't care. I can return 0 because I want to. This is giving me an error. It shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't use that return type as an example. Let me give you another one. We'll call it void. But I can increase another string right here, or even an int. So int called salt, and this one flower. And he's going to be fine. And I can print out here flower plus salt. Okay. Now if I go into this method right here and I add something, flower, and if I put a comma and something else, let's say item 1 or water and oil. Okay. Why are you giving me an error? Oh, this one.
You shouldn't use parentheses, right?
I cannot put parentheses. Notice that data type was
An int.
So I have to put maybe, let's say, 23 milliliters of oil. Now he's happy. It's like the first thing you added is water, then is that, and Java automatically is like, oh, I got 3 machines, same name, but you don't want this one because this one doesn't take anything, but you're adding stuff. You don't want this one either because this one only takes 1 item. How do I know? Because there's no comma to separate the next item. You added 2 things, 1 thing right here with the comma and the second thing right here with the comma. That means you want this machine. This machine takes 2 items. Here's the first item. Here's the second item. Understand that this is really nothing. This is just a carrier of what you give it. I may call it flour here, but I am passing what? Water. That water is getting passed into this little storage bin called flour. But the actual ingredient is that. This is a parameter. This is argument. The argument is what's going to get passed. So this flour gets here, which is nothing but a storage bin. That storage bin contains now this water. And then int salt, that's 23 milliliters or whatever. That salt, 23, gets stored right here in temporary location called salt. And that is going to get printed out right there. So if I run this, it's going to say water 23. Water 23. With me so far on method overloading?
Yeah, I'm starting to remember what was happening last time.
Now, as you can understand, you don't have to stop here. And you can continue and creating a lot of things with that same name as long as you change up your parameter. Okay? Can I change up the sequence of the parameter? Will that work?
Yeah.
Let's try. So if I copy exactly same thing here, but I'm going to reverse it. Reverse the parameter. So I go in here, paste it, Notice he's gonna give me an issue. He's saying duplicate. Wait a minute, duplicate. But if I put the salt first and flour later, could that fix the problem? So salt first, flour later, and delete this guy. Notice, no problem. He's like, cause it's fine. You added string here. This method takes string first. This method takes int first. Therefore, I won't mix it up with which one to activate based on the order and the number or combination of these parameters. Okay? Now I spent like 20 minutes on explaining method overriding. You should spend a few minutes, couple of minutes when they ask you that question, right? And talk about this. Why do we need that? This feature that Java has. Why? Want to take a shot?
The method overloading, why is that a feature or the void?
Yeah, it is a feature of Java that we can override methods with the same name. Why would that be important that we have this feature? How could it benefit us?
Well, then you have to constantly don't have to remember what's like.
Yes.
It's say print or then type, or you can name whatever you want, but with print you can do it all. So all you gotta do is remember print, as long as you overload on the bottom for printing with a bunch of different parameters.
Yes.
So it makes life easy.
Yes, because it makes things easier. Okay, it makes life easier. If you have print string method name, you got print toString. Well, you have to memorize all of these. Oh, which one to use? I have to call that now. You can't just call print. Now you have to know there is a method called print string, print toStrings, or print int first, then flour. You can have all the fancy names in the world, but more you have, that means more you have to memorize. But with method overloading, you only have to memorize one method name, which is print. And then you don't even have to think about these at all. If you say print and one day you don't need to add anything to it, no problem. You can run it and it will print out whichever that's there. Just print something. Or one day you want to add these guys in the other order. You want to put 23 first, or 45 int first, and then you put a string, flour. No problem. With the same name, he knows exactly which one to pick up and do that, and you don't have to memorize a whole fancy names for it. And that is the whole idea of method overriding. Any question before we move on to the next topic?
No question.
The question was, can we override constructors? Method overloading. Can we overload constructors? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Like any other method, constructors can be overridden as well. So if I go back to this pantry class, here's my constructor. Right? I'm going to change this up a little bit because that didn't work last time. So we're just going to say vegetable basket 1 and 2, let's say. And I'm going to store vegetable basket 1. Copy that. And instead of add, I'm going to say equal to onion basket 2 equal to garlic. All right. and delete these two, I can have another constructor. If I don't change something, it's going to give me a duplicate error. Okay. Can I put a parameter here? Sure. I could say string s. Do I have to even use it? No. If that one has vegetable basket onion to it, I can take this guy, vegetable basket 2, and put it here. And that's fine. I could even do this. I could even say, hey, whatever you have here, store it in here. So I could take that S and put it right here. With me so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would I need that? Watch this. Sometimes it's like you want to add some things to that right when you create the object. Remember, this gets kicked off when you create the object. And this will also get kicked off when you create the object. All right? But interesting thing about this is when you kick off the object, whatever you pass there, it's gonna also get stored in the vegetable basket too. Watch this now. So if I created a pantry with pantry 1 and a new pantry, and if I print it out system.out pantry 1 dot fruit basket, was it fruit basket? Oh, sorry, pantry 1, not pantry. Pantry 1 dot vegetable basket 1. There's that vegetable basket 1 automatically gets kicked off and saved onion. So if I print this now, it prints onion. Okay. Now if I created another object like this, pantry 2 equals new pantry, do you remember scanner? We used to write system.in.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you pass here actually gets fed inside the constructor. Okay. So system.in is you were passing, that was going into the constructor of that scanner class. We don't have that. We actually have this guy. Our constructor, one of them, takes some sort of string. That string gets stored in here and stored in here. So if I go in and right when I'm creating the object, if in that parenthesis, instead of leaving it blank, if I pass carrots or jalapeno, this jalapeno immediately gets passed to this constructor right here. I overloaded constructors. It will get passed right here, it will become right there, and that jalapeno is gonna get stored right here in that memory space, and I can print it out and get jalapeno. Watch this. So if I do now system.out and say pantry 2 dot vegetable basket 2 and comment this out, I got jalapeno. I didn't even have to activate that method. that method got automatically activated, kicked off, and stored. Okay. This got automatically kicked off and stored. Just to go back, if I didn't create a constructor and I needed a vegetable basket 3 to store something automatically, in that case, you would have to call the method to activate it. So public void store a vegetable, let's say. This is not a constructor because it doesn't have the same name as the class name pantry. This doesn't get kicked off. And if I take this vegetable basket 3, all right, equal to, let's say, give me another vegetable name. Kale.
Oh.
All right. I won't have access to kale with this object that I created, even with that one. So watch this. If I take this pantry 2 and print out one more line here, and vegetable basket 3, it's going to give me now. Look at that. That jalapeno got printed out from vegetable basket 2, but this basket 3 doesn't have anything in it. It says now. But I can kick off that method myself right before I print it. If I kick it off, all I have to say is vegetable. I just have to call that method. Pantry 2 dot there. What was the name? Store a vegetable. That's the name we give. Store a vegetable. So if I take that method and just call it, that's it. Now he goes to this method here and he activates it. This method will get activated. Store a vegetable. And the kale will be stored in vegetable 3. And if I print out vegetable 3 after I activate this method on my own, then that is not gonna give me null anymore. And it's gonna give me kale right there. So if I run it now, I got kale. But I have to do it myself. Constructors get kicked off automatically. You don't have to do it yourself. Any question about constructors?
No question.
Okay. If no questions, let's come back in 5 minutes and then move on with the next concept.
All right, sounds good.
Are you guys back?
Yeah, we're back.
All right. Next thing. The most important thing. And I had to make sure that you all get this basic prerequisites before even I go into the main topic of today's class. Whew. 4 principles of OOPS or Java. So the interviewer can ask you this question differently, and you have to catch it because they're not very smart in asking questions sometimes, but they want you to be like as if you have some telepathy or something, that you can understand what they're trying to say, what question they're trying to ask. If you can catch that, you got a plus. And if you're like, no, I don't understand that question, and or you answered the wrong answer, you think it's a different question, then you lose some points there. So you don't want to do that. Some might say, can you tell me what 4 principles of OOPS is? Then this is the same thing. Some might say, what are the principles of OOPS? They're not going to say 4. They wanted to see how many you know, how many you can remember. Some might not even say OOPS. Some might say, what are the benefits of Java? Or what are some main features of Java? Why is Java so preferred compared to other programming languages? Okay? No matter how they say it, your answer is gonna be these 4. And under these 4, you already know some of these that we just talked about today and previous classes. So I'm gonna wrap things up today, try to piece together the puzzle. Your number 1 is called encapsulation. You have to memorize this. There's no other way. Some of these words are very complex, and you need to practice uttering them so it doesn't come out weird when you answer these questions in the interview. Encapsulation. And second is, let's see in which order I want to give you. Inheritance. Okay. 3, polymorphism. And number 4, abstraction. And I'll explain one of these at a time. And these are just, again, principles, the concepts, the idea behind some of the things you're able to do with some techniques inside Java. Okay, so let's go with encapsulation first, because I think you have done encapsulation in some form already. So encapsulation. When you think about encapsulation, this comes from the word capsulation. That comes from the word capsules. You take medications, you have, I'm sure, taken capsules where the medications are inside the capsule. Why do they do that?
So it doesn't go everywhere else. It's contained.
Mm-hmm. Also that you don't get the bad taste of it.
That as well, yeah.
Otherwise it's going to taste horrible. And they also want to cover it up. In Java, it's like they're covering up. You're covering up some code that you don't want. For security purposes, you want that to be closed. You don't want others to access it. So capsule comes from the word cover. And the whole idea is hidden code, hidden. Okay? So I just want you to think of this progression. If you forget what encapsulation was, just break down the word and keep going and understand what that means in Java. Is you want to secure some code. You don't want data, sensitive data, to be displayed or being accessed by someone else. So the purpose is to cover or hide sensitive data from users. This idea of encapsulation. And Java does it very well. This is what Java, you want to brag Java about this, that this is why Java is so great. How does it do it? It does it through encapsulation is done through access modifiers. I'm going to put capital on this. Who can tell me what is an access modifier?
Like static and non-static, public, private.
Yes and no. Half of those is yes.
Half of those. Okay, I got a 50. Which one is it and which one is not?
Yeah, which one is access modifier? Because there's a non-access modifier and then there's an access modifier. So we're going back to previous classes.
The public.
Correct. Correct. So such as public, private, the word
With access.
uh-huh.
Can't get in, right?
Exactly. So these modifier words define what type of access user is gonna have on it. You've already been using it, so this concept is not major. I don't think I need to go into this deeper. Anybody remembers a couple more keywords on these access modifiers that we didn't use, but we did talk about it in the lessons or the notes? There's another one that starts with the letter P. Protected.
Protected. I don't remember that.
We talked very briefly, and that's probably why, because we didn't
Got it.
do it. Protected, and
Will we have to talk about that in the interview?
they may or may not. It's good to know.
Okay, got it.
I never used this in my career so far. I have seen it in a couple of pages. That was my architect put it there, and but yeah, always use public. Sometimes I use private. Never that. And who remembers, if you don't add a modifier, automatically Java adds a access modifier, which is what? Starts with the word D.
With a D, default.
Yes. Default. Public, anybody, anywhere in the project can have access to. Okay. Maybe I should just write this down a little bit. Again, there's a chart for this that I have it in the other lesson. Maybe it's worth just visiting this. That's going to be in methods and objects. I believe there's that access modifier and that private, default, protected, and public. Default is when you don't add one. The code is accessible within the same package. private is the code is only accessible within the class. Protected is accessible within the same package, and subclasses, we'll talk about subclasses today. I'm skipping writing this unless you need me to. Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So do you want me to explain how these public and private give you an example, or can we move on, or should we move on, or do you need an example?
I think we can move on.
What happened?
What do you,
I
what,
mean, I think
how about the
I
rest
think I
of
got a good idea about it, but yeah, that's just me. I don't know.
Yeah. Everybody else, do we need an example on public and private?
No.
Okay. All right. So this whole idea of creating some things public and private and creating restrictions on who and how and where they can get this material with this keyword is you are encapsulating your code. Not just the attributes, you can also do it on methods and design it to your own specification. And this whole feature of using access modifiers to control the idea of using access modifiers to control the level of access of sensitive code is called encapsulation. Understand?
Yes.
You can paraphrase and say this, but you must utter this word, access modifiers. You must utter that you're controlling something, you're hiding something. You can say hide data, who can see and who cannot. And if you can say those, and then if the interviewer wants to go a little bit deeper and say, can you name me some access modifiers, then you want to have this memorized. You want to say public, private, protected, and default. And don't be surprised if they want to go deeper and ask you what's the difference between public and protected. Okay? You would have to be able to say that public is something that can be accessed by the entire project, and protected is going to be something that's going to be only accessed within that package, meaning this package, and you cannot call or ask or retrieve that data from another package. With me so far?
Yeah.
If they ask you what's the difference between private and protected, don't be afraid. Don't be surprised that if they ask you that question. Because the moment you utter these 4 words, he's going to ask you a follow-up question. What is the difference between private and protected? Well, private is something that only can be accessed within the class. You cannot access it anywhere else outside the class. Protected is something that you can access not just within the class, but within all the other classes inside a package. Meaning, in this package called method example, if I have a protected method in kitchen, I should be able to access it in pantry. Tony, will I be able to access a protected method from method overloading class in here? Calculations.
No, because it's not under the same package.
because they are not under the same package. So I won't be able to access protected methods from this package to this package. There's creating a capsulation or a cover up or a block for other users from here to use that.
So private can only be used in its own class.
Right.
Protected can only be used within this package. Public can be used by anyone.
By anyone anyway.
Okay.
And if I leave it blank, it's default, it's automatically kind of like protected. It will work in here.
Okay. So default it defaults to protected?
Yes. So default and protected is essentially the same thing, except one extra thing about this protected is that this allows the subclasses to use that, which I'm going to explain this shortly. Okay. But they're essentially the same thing.
Got it.
All right. Any questions about what is encapsulation?
No questions.
Then we go to inheritance, and this will require some examples to show you. What does inheritance mean in English? Do we talk about the word inherit?
Yeah, something that you receive from
somebody else.
Something pre-existing.
Receive what?
I guess. I don't know.
Money, assets.
Land.
We think about money.
Home. Mm-hmm.
How about we don't want to be so money hungry people. How about some characteristics or maybe physical trait?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Right? Maybe they receive eye color.
Yeah.
Okay, eye or hair color.
It's gonna be same.
From maybe grandparents.
Or skin color.
Or skin color, right?
Yeah.
So all of those genetic things that our father, grandfather, grandmother, great-great-grandparents have, we in combination, some we inherited, some we inherited all of it, didn't we? We can't probably trace some things we can trace. Maybe we can say that I got my eye color from my mom, but hair color from my grandfather. Okay, maybe skin color from my great grandfather, and maybe my height from somewhere way down, way up there that I don't even know. Nobody knows. Okay, and if you took biology class, Tony, you know that it doesn't just end with your mom and dad.
All the way back.
Yeah, and it has been cases where mom and dad does not have blonde hair, but the baby got a blonde hair. Even grandparents, they never had blonde hair. In the whole family line that they know of, never had blonde hair, but the baby all of a sudden got a blonde hair. How? Well, because the inheritance doesn't stop at or start with just your mom and dad or your grandparents or your great-great-grandparents. It goes way back up, and it can randomly pick anything. It's dormant in our genes, but it brings everything and in a random order, and it can happen. Agree with that? Yes?
Yes, we're good on
Yes.
that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We have the same principles in Java. You can create a class that can inherit another class's everything. And there's a benefit for that, and let me show you how to do that first, okay? The way to do that is you have to write, so what does that mean, inheritance? Let me give you that later. But how? After the class name, if you write the keyword extends, after the class name, and then write the name of the class to inherit from. Then you got this. So I'm going to go in here and create a package called package 3. I'm going to go into this oops part, new package, not here, package 3. Close everything out. And I'm going to create a class called called grandfather. Okay, I created a class called grandfather, and then I'm going to create another class called great grandfather. Okay, and another class called parent, and another class called children. I'm making this up on the spot. Okay, so suppose I have this parent class. I go inside this parent class and I create an attribute called public static string name or hair color equals blonde. Okay, and I have a method called public void public static. I'm making all of them static, okay, at this time. Static void. I can make it non-static too. That works there too. This I'm doing it because I don't want to go through object creation, but obviously object creation is better. But let's just do it this way. Void and method, we can call it parent's name. This method will print out the names of the parents. Okay, just making things up. It's going to print parent's name John and Emily. I was making this up. All right. Okay. And I have a child. And right now, this child belongs to nobody. This grandparent is not connected to anybody. I cannot have these characteristics of this parent in this class right now, even if I try. Let's say if I say hair color and I want to change that to black, I don't. Hair color, Okay. I can't print hair color. Oops. Yeah, if I do a main method, let's say public static, let me do it this way, main, and in here, if I wanted to print hair color, like the exactly same thing parent has, this one, I did not inherit it. Java doesn't know what that is. Gives me an error. But I was like, hey, I'm the child of this parent and I want to inherit everything this parent has, the whatever the hair color is saved in that. I want to inherit this method. All you have to do is write the word extends right next to this class name called children, and then name who you are inheriting that from, the traits from. So if I write the word extends, and then I wanted to inherit the properties of the parent and write the class name parents or parent, now notice this error is gone. Are you with me?
Yeah, we're with you.
If I print this, it's not supposed to print that.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Jalapeno.
Sometimes you need to close this out and close back, open it up again. Let me. Too many things got Eclipse all confused. What to run? So going back in here. Okay, hopefully you are not confused now. Come on. There. Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
This is just an attribute that I printed. I can kick off a method that's inside my parent. I have automatic access to all of this, like as if this class, this method was already in here. I don't even have to call the name of the class parent. I don't have to say parent dot. Yeah, I could do that. It still works. See that?
Yeah, but there's no need to if you extend it. Yeah.
But I just made it easy for me because I'm whatever my parent has, automatically I have. Therefore, I don't even have to say parent because that's automatically understood in this children's class by extending that parent class. So I can kick off this method that's there too, parent's name, and that method goes in there and prints out this name, John and Emily. And I don't even have to call the class name or even create an object. Don't have to do that. Shortcut. I could just say, what is that name of the method? Parent's name. Notice, I don't have a dot to see it, what's there. Well, never mind. I just put a dot and it gave me what's there. Parent's name. Hit enter. Voila, but you don't need that dot. And you run it, that's going to print out the parent's name. Parents' name, John and Emily. Understand?
Yeah, understood.
Why would I want that? Why would I want this feature?
Well, this is how you can tie two classes together without having to constantly call or create an object. It's just all within a package. You can just do this. I
Yes.
don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
What if I need to print this, use this method over and over and over again? Why would I want to create an object for that?
Yeah, you could just do the extending thing. You don't really need to.
Yeah, I can just extend it to that class and just be a child of that class. So this would become a child. This becomes a parent. Parent class is always called superclass. Okay? Child class is always called subclass. Understand the difference?
Class?
Subclass.
Oh, sub. Okay.
Sub meaning
Yeah,
part of. A part of. All right? Now here's another thing I could do. I can have a method called a method in grandfather class right here. I can have public static string eye color and say brown, store that there, and have a method, same type of method from here. I'll just copy that. Parents, grandparents name. I'll just change that. Grandparents name. Grandparents name, and we could change this to Bill and Jill. Right? Now, notice I did not link this with anybody. So he's just somebody, no, related to nobody. But, and if I wanted to access this, something called this eye color in my child class, if I say I wanted to print eye color, it's not going to understand what it is. It gives me an error. Of course, I can say grandfather dot eye color dot eye color. He will get it, which we have been doing before. But what if I don't want to keep on saying grandfather dot give me eye color? What if I know that this is, I use it all the time? Why don't I just make this grandfather related to this family line? Well, what I could do is I cannot extend. Notice you can only extend children to parent, and that's it. You cannot extend children to parent and put a comma and say grandparent. That's not grandfather. That's
Can I
not
put extends again?
Hmm?
Like say public class children extends parent, then extends grandfather. Is that a thing? Or only one time you can use extends?
Let's see if that works. Still error. You can only extend it once. Meaning you can be the child of a parent only once. Actually, that is true. Can you be the child of your grandparent? You're not. I am not the son of my grandfather. I'm only the son of my father. But isn't my father the son of my grandfather?
Yeah.
Well, then I could do that.
So you can extend parent from grandfather.
Yeah, I could go to my parent class. And here's my parent. I can extend him and say, this, my parent, is the children of my grandfather. That I can do. What I have just done, I have connected myself, a child, with my father, and my father got connected with my grandfather, guess what? Anything that's in my grandfather, now as a child, I have access to. I don't have to write the word grandfather anymore. I can take that away. I still get the eye color, which will be brown.
So as long as they all extend,
Yes.
any class, subclass can go to one, two, or the other as long as they're all extended via something.
Yes.
So like children extends from parent, but parent extends from grandfather. So parent has access to grandfather, but because children is extended from parent,
Yeah.
it also has access to grandfather because parent extended. Okay, I'm just trying to understand this. Yeah.
I know it can just like
Yeah, this makes sense.
throw us up a little bit, but the beauty is this is child, right? Children. I should have called it child 1. Hold on. Where am I? Oh, package 3. So I could have a child 2, another class. And that is totally okay because you can have more children connected to the same parent. I can have child 2. And I can extend that again to the same parent. And he's fine. And I would have access, just same access this children had in child 2. And be able to print out and get stuff. In that child 2, I can also kick off that method that's there called grade. If I put a dot, it will give me all of it. It gives me method that's in my parent. See that parent? Zoom in. See, this method is coming from parent. This method is coming from grandparent. And this method is coming from grandparent's name. If I took that and print it out without the dot, no needed anymore. I have parents' name Bill and Jill. I should have wrote grandparents' name. So in this child 2, I have access to all of that. Okay. Same way, I can go to this grandfather and I can extend this grandfather to great grandfather. Could say extends great grandfather class. With me so far? And in this great grandfather, I can have another set of methods. And over here, I color green and great grandparents name Michael and Elizabeth. And I now have access to great great grandfather from child number 3 if I extend another. So if I say class 1 and child 3, all I have to do is extend to my father. And if my father is connected to my grandfather and grandfather is connected to great great grandfather, I will inherit all of that, all of those traits. So I can just put a dot, tells me what I can inherit. Nothing right now because I didn't connect it to anything. But the moment I say extends parent, and now with this dot, I got all of these.
I like this feature. It makes life easy.
Me too. Okay, so child 3, I don't know why I'm not getting that great-grandfather stuff here, but this could be something that I need to turn this off and close this editor and come back up. Did you get the point? Inheritance. Through the use of the keyword extends. Inheritance is the ability to inherit all the attributes and methods of superclass into subclasses. Okay, that's it. This child class is a subclass. This children, child. Let me see what dot here gives me. It's going up to the grandfather, but not going to great grandfather. Don't know what's going on here. Is it blocking me at a certain level? Don't know. But I'll investigate a little bit further on that. But this child class is a subclass of a parent class. Parent class is a superclass. Child class is a subclass. Parent class is a subclass of grandfather. Grandfather is a superclass. Superclass is always written on the right side after the extends, and subclass is written on the left side of the word extends. Okay? Any question?
So superclass is the what is the superclass again?
So superclass is the one that you inherit, and super is always like the higher on the family tree. So my father is super and I am sub. My father is the subclass of my grandfather, who is going to be the superclass of my father.
Yeah, got it.
So as super you want to get, it's going to be higher and older in the family tree. Okay? All right. There is nothing else to explain this, but there's a homework there where you have to create a superclass, extend it to it, and try to be able to call some methods from there. The benefits. What could be the benefit? Can we sum it up? What's the benefit of having inheritance properties?
You can tie in lots of classes together from subclasses to the superclass, and you don't have to constantly make objects.
Tie classes together, call methods
Yeah,
without creating objects.
Yeah.
Code,
Also,
fancy word, code reusability. You reuse.
yeah, code reusability. I also think organization makes a nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Organization, correct. Very good words. Now, if you didn't want somebody to inherit the properties, can you block that? Yes. Use final keyword.
Fine. Okay, so beyond that, no one else can use it.
Yes. Use final keyword to block inheritance. So that means, notice, let's go back to our children class. We were inheriting parent. But if I wanted to block parent from somebody to inherit, all I have to do is go in here and put public final word right here. All right. This class, there is no problem. He can extend grandfather. He can inherit the properties from grandfather. But from parent, we put a block. Nobody can inherit parent. So if I go to this children's class, all on a sudden, now I got these errors. He doesn't understand. Okay. Will I still be able to access the methods? Let's try. If I type in parent dot, that's okay. But you cannot inherit it. You can call it to get that.
Oh, so okay.
You can call the class and then call the method. You can create an object and call the method. You just cannot inherit naturally. Like, oh, I want to just call the method and give me without calling the name of the class. That's not going to work. Okay? Pop quiz. What if I didn't want anybody to access this at all, this attribute? What do?
Private?
Correct. If I make this private, and if I make this private, now if I go to the children, I was able to just type in parent dot and get it. And now it still gives me an error. I can't get it. Just as soon as I'm going to go to parent and change this to public, now this error goes away. Any question? Any question about final keyword?
No, no question.
That final keyword can be also used with attributes. What does that mean? That means this hair color was blonde. If let's say I take this thing off right here, and I'm in my child class. Okay, I'm going to take some of these off as well. In this child class, I don't have to say parent anymore. I got that hair color printed out. And if I print this, I get error exists in here. Just gonna clean this up. Go back to the child and print this out. Let's see what we got. We got blonde, right? The parent hair color was blonde. We got that printed. And we are the child of this parent, so no problem. I can change this hair color to whatever I want. To, let's say, brown. And now if I print it, what do you think is going to get printed out?
Brown.
First it was blonde. And now I changed that blonde to brown, and then I printed out, and now it got printed out brown. What if I don't want my children to change things on the fly in my house? I have a hair color blonde, and I don't want my kids to mess that up. I put public static final right here, and nobody can change that now. Okay? So if I go to this child class, this is going to throw an error. It says the final field parent.haircolor cannot be assigned, meaning you cannot change and put brown in there. It's not going to work anymore. And they give you an option. It says if you're okay to remove that final modifier from that hair color in that parent class, then it might work. But do you want to do that? Well, if I did that, it's going to go into this parent class and take that final word off. But in some cases, you don't want others to mess around with this class that you created. You may have some sensitive data. You can give them access to use it, but don't change it. Okay? So that's where the final keyword come in. Any questions before we move to the next idea of polymorphism? Polymorphism is, I want you to think about polymorphism. Mouthful of word. It comes, mono means one. Okay? The word poly, want to take a guess what it means?
More than one.
More than one or many. Polymorphism means many forms. Polymorphism means many forms. So, and what does that mean? You already know that you can have, who can tell me, you can have many forms of the same method name. What is that idea?
Method overloading.
Method overloading, correct. So polymorphism is, we have been already using, there are two things. One is called method overloading, okay, or method overload. So many forms of the same method, which you saw, if I may have deleted somewhere, or methods and objects. Methods and objects homework. I can't remember where I put that class. Anyway, that print method that we talked about with the same name but multiple methods created. That's your method overloading. And that's the idea of polymorphism. Many forms. Okay, so same method name with many variations. Okay, the second one you have not seen yet. It's called method overriding. Okay, which I'm going to explain now. Method overriding requires inheritance. It's a must. How? Let's go back to this example here. I'm going to close everything out and just open up two classes. Okay, well, let me delete this. I got this child class. Extends parent class. Let me open up the parent class and show you. I have this method called private static print couple name. I'm going to change this up. Print name of the couple or husband and wife. Okay, print name of the couple. Then we got printed John and Emily. All right, and in here I have extended that. Why are we throwing an arrow here? Control save. Oh, I didn't save it. And I could call this method with a dot, say print I gotta make it public dot print name of couple, and that's gonna give me John and Emily. That was my father's name. It got kicked off right there. I can have the same exact method in here. Okay. And I can have change that up to, let's say, Bill and Monica, and it's giving me an error. Maybe I need to clean things up a little bit here. Take that off. Don't know why it's Control save. Block that. Start complaining about duplicate. Illegal modifier for parameter print name. Illegal modifier. Oh, yeah. Come on. No wonder. You see, the issue I have here, I already have a method here. And I'm trying to copy that method, another method inside a method. And that is not.
Yeah, out of that bracket.
Yeah, I have to be outside this bracket.
Got it. So then that should work. Yeah, there you go.
So what was happening, I put it in the wrong place. I have to be outside this method to write up another method. So what I just did, I did not overload the method. Overloading, what do I have to do to overload this method? Print name of couple. Notice the same method right here. I did not overload it, because overloading is what? How do we do overloading?
Same name, but different parameters.
Different parameters, meaning this part right here has to be something different. You have to change up this area right there, maybe add a parameter or two. But notice it did not complain. He is connected. I'm able to access both of these. If I didn't have this, okay, if I block this out and I print this, print name of couple, same method name, this gives me my grandparents' name, John and Emily. But if I unblock this, what I have just done right now is, even though this method, Java has access here and Java has access here, my dad has this car and I have this car. If I call this method to print out which car, okay, let me just change that for fun. So we'll call this a car, and dad's car is old Chevy. All right, and I have a method called car, and mine is Corvette. All right, and I call this method car. If I didn't have a car, it's complaining why? Lowercase? Yes. It should be lowercase, actually. This should be lowercase. It works anyway, but that's not the norm. If I print car, it's gonna print my dad's car, old Chevy. But if I override, I don't even have to change parameters, nothing. With inheritance, I can override. Now I have a car, Corvette, and if I try to print Corvette, it's gonna print my car, not my father's car. Corvette. I just overridden that my father's car. It's kind of like, you override your past. If your father or mother or in your family, you have been abused, but you want to change that. You have a method that changes you, that you don't want to pass that abuse to your children. That means if you have a method inside you, if you create a new method and a new characteristics inside you, that will override the bad characteristics or negative characteristics from our parents, and it's not gonna implement that. It's going to, your method will get implemented. Are we with?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So so you inherited via extents from your parent, which you had coded before was car, but on this subclass, you overrode what you extended from your parent class.
Yes.
To something was only going to print out this was in this subclass that you overrode it to. Okay, yeah, it makes sense to me.
But if you don't have the guts to change your car,
it'll revert back to what you inherited.
Guess what? You're gonna end up with your daddy's old Chevy. But you want to step up and override that? Have your own car method? Even though you have access to your daddy's Chevy, this method is gonna take yours now. You have overridden that to your new Corvette. Java is gonna choose you on top of your parent, but does have access to both. Okay? This idea of method without changing parameters, copying the exact same name, is called method overriding. It requires inheritance. So for overriding, the difference between that and let me just write it here because interview will ask you method overloading versus method overriding. Come on, throw one at me.
Like what the difference is? So overloading is same name, main different abilities, as opposed to overriding is just changing something that you inherited.
Same method name with different what?
Different parameters.
Parameters, correct. And
that enable multiple functionalities, yeah.
And overloading.
Overriding.
Oh, sorry, yes. Overriding is same method name, but
replacing inherited methods
or attributes. Okay. You could say overloading does not require inheritance.
But overriding does.
Overriding requires inheritance. Okay, that's it. If you can say that, that's you've done it. You'll be very happy. Okay, and those two ideas are part of polymorphism, meaning you can have many forms of the same thing in two different ways. One is method overloading and the other is method overriding. If they ask you a follow-up question, first question they will ask you, what are the greatest features of or OOPS principles of Java? You're gonna memorize this and say encapsulation. You count your fingers and say inheritance, polymorphism, and abstraction. Be ready. They're gonna ask you, can you explain what polymorphism is? You're gonna say, if you wanna say it like this, oh my God, they're gonna love you. If you even break this down, what does poly mean? What does mono mean? Of course, they're gonna love you more. If you can't, you must say these two words, that the idea of method overloading and overriding is what explains what a polymorphism is, meaning many ways of writing the same thing. Expect the interviewer to ask you what is the difference between overloading and overriding, and then you go in and talk about that. Understand?
Understood.
Okay. Our last thing is called abstraction. Abstraction okay, let's take a quick 5 minutes break and come back. Should not take too long. We should be able to close maybe 2 o'clock. Everybody back?
Yeah, we're back.
Okay. Before going into abstraction, just want to talk about a couple of things you may hear. Sometimes you may hear something like, oh, to be an automation engineer, or in your job description, it might say requirement knowledge of core Java. So, and you might think, oh my God, core Java, meaning like, oh, it's complicated, it's difficult. I'm a beginner. I'm not knowledgeable all that much. So this is probably not for me. Actually, it's the opposite. The core Java is meaning basic. In this case, core means basic, meaning just fundamental. Meaning not complex, the simple Java. That's all they mean by core Java. All this time, everything I have taught you is just core Java. This Java goes farther into complexity that I even don't understand. And that's something, if you want to become a developer, then you go into that level. If you want to be an artificial intelligence programmer, you go into that level. That level of understanding is not needed to become an automation engineer. Abstraction is one of those concepts that are very deep, and you're not going to be using it at all. You might see some remnants of it, and interview question, they love to ask you this because that is probably the highest thing these guys also know. They're not genius in Java. They know core Java, and to them abstraction is also kind of tricky, but they want to see, this would be the toughest question they will ask you, is what is abstraction? All right. And you can crack that just by memorizing a few things. Now, if you understand it, that's great. I don't expect, I have a feeling you will understand it to some level, but I may not be able to give you some good examples to show you why they use it that way. I will try. It may or may not click in you. Worst case scenario, it's just like 2 paragraphs of stuff. Just memorize it and deliver it, and you got the job. Okay? FYI, when I took the interview and got the job, I had no idea. And if they asked me the question, I would just throw some words at it, like Tony, you are doing. And good thing is, Tony, you should give yourself a pat on the back. Your communication skills on this right now is at a level that I was a lower level when I got the job. So understand that you haven't even gone to Selenium yet, but you're able to answer these questions in a way that was better than I was able to do, even in the interview that got me the job. So imagine how successful you're gonna be. And the rest of y'all too, I know y'all are not talking so much, we're probably a bit apprehensive, but I know you know the material. But anyway, let's go into what is abstraction. Before I talk about abstraction, what does that word mean in English? Anybody? Have you ever heard of word abstract?
It's like
Online painting.
Painting. I was gonna show you painting.
yeah.
So
It's like it's not defined. It's within no bounds.
yes. Let's take a look at 2 different types of painting. If you were in an arts class, they would show you the difference between abstract paintings. Okay, let's look at the abstract ones first. These are kind of sort of abstract, yeah. Abstract. Okay, some examples. And if we do traditional, I don't know what's the opposite word of, I don't want to say non-abstract, but maybe traditional.
Do still piece.
Still, how
Yeah, still piece.
How do you spell that?
STIL, and then piece.
Yeah. All right. So, and then those, you can have landscape paintings. Landscape paintings. Okay. But abstract, what do we notice about this? How is it different from other paintings? Does it show you what it is yet?
No, it's not reality. It's like there is no parameters around it. Like there's not like I'm drawing a tree, so I got to make it look exactly like a tree. It's unending levels and combinations of whatever you want it to be.
Right. Does that mean it's void of emotion though? Is it not trying to speak something to you?
Yeah,
No,
it's
it is. It's trying to speak.
It speaks through
Randomness.
yeah, as opposed to just accurately drawing a landscape.
Colors, right? And shapes and things. It's still speaking somebody's heart in here. Some emotion. There might be something to pick up, but you don't have direct access, do you? You don't get to see directly what's there, but you have to imagine, right?
Yeah.
It's your
Like
left for your imagination. Correct.
Like the research papers in college, you have to write the abstract before your paper, so they get like a small tidbit of what your paper is going to be about, but they don't get to see everything in there until you actually read the paper.
Correct. Meaning it's hiding the details. All right. It's just giving you a snapshot, but you're not going to see the detail. So hence comes, it means hiding details and showing only the essential information. That's what abstraction is. Abstraction is used in Java through non-access modifier. Can you give me an example of a non-access modifier?
Non-access modifier. Wow.
Any one non-access modifiers that you can remember. So abstraction is obtained through non-access modifier, and there were several that we talked about. One is final, static. You saw static. And the other one that I didn't talk to you about the other day was abstract.
Okay, got it.
There's another one called synchronized that I will not talk about it. Neither will they even want you to go deeper into it. You will never see it. So we're just going to stop here with abstract. So non-access modifier called abstract, the word abstract. Okay. What does that do? Let's take a look at a where two different places that it can create abstraction. you can have an abstract class. Okay. By using this word abstract. If you make a class abstract, that means object creation cannot happen. You're blocking any creation of that object. Let's take a quick example here. I'll close this guys out. Go into, oops, package. I'll call this new package here, abstract. Abstraction. And in this, a class called abstraction. Class 1 and class 2. All right, in class 1, I have a method called public void print and over here my name is John. All right, in class 2 I should be able to create the object of class 1. So I could say class 1 object 1 or object equals to new class 1. No problem. This object gives me access to all class 1 stuff, which is this one, print name. Therefore, if I go in here and say, and if I call that method with this name object dot syntax error, I did not have a main method, that's why. So if I put this in the main method, save it, take this object and put a dot. Now I have this method that's been created in there. What did I do wrong?
I think you did need to put the class 2. If you go to the class 2, you call class 1 object. You need to do it class 2.
No,
Right there, your main.
I'm creating an object for this class 1. So I create class 1 object, class 1, and then this is supposed to give me, I may need to open this up again. It's not giving me this method print, but let me just copy it straight and see if he complains. Okay. This is Eclipse, okay, guys? The dot did not give me this option, but that doesn't mean it doesn't work. It's just the software is not that great, not that intelligent. Now, there's a paid version of Eclipse. If you pay that, obviously that's going to work much better than it's able to give me on a free version of the software. Okay. So if I do object.print, it's going to print something from that class right here. My name is John. But if I wanted to make this class abstract, if I write the word public abstract, and now nobody can create an object of this class. So if I go to class 2, I got an error. It's telling me cannot instantiate. The word is instantiate. Instantiate meaning create an object. Cannot instantiate the type class 1 or class 1 or object with class 1. It's not allowed. And if I run this, it's going to give me an error. The error exists. Any questions about that?
No. Definitely we'll have to go over this, yeah.
Yeah, the abstraction, the idea of abstraction will limit how much detail you are able to see inside, kind of like the painting. You don't want people to have access to your stuff to recreate. You don't want the details to be out, and you can abstract it. That's abstract class. Object creation cannot be done. There's abstract methods. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I get it now.
2, abstract method. If you make methods abstract, you can only write abstract methods inside abstract class. So can only be written inside abstract class, meaning I can have a method. Let's say this class 1 is an abstract class, and I have 2 methods, print and print something else. My name is Connor. I can have this method become abstract, and if I do that, first of all, I can do that. It would have to be inside this abstract class, otherwise it won't work. The other thing is, you cannot have the method body. Okay, and let me see, why am I getting an error here? You cannot even have this parenthesis. You only can have method name, and it's almost like gonna look like as if you're calling the method, but you created the method with the word abstract, but you took the details out. There is no details. You get to use what detail you want through inheritance, but the method, it's gonna be like that. What's the point of this? I still don't understand yet. As an architect level, you may need to know how to implement these, but I don't see, other than this idea of if you create abstract class, you won't be able to create object of this class, and you wanna, for security reasons, you wanna block some users from creating objects of that class. With me so far?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in an abstract class, notice I have 2 methods. One is an abstract method, and the other is a regular method. And that is totally allowed. You can have a mix of those. This method has been just done like that, and you can override this method or implement this method by inheritance. If I go to class 2, now that I cannot create an object of this class, but can I inherit this? Let's see. So if I go here, this is an abstract class. I want to inherit. This is my child. I want to inherit him. What word do I need to use? What keyword, Java keyword?
Extends.
Extends. And I can say class 1, and that would be throwing an error, unimplemented method, and make class 2 abstract, or make class 2 abstract. Okay, so let's see. If I take one of these options, add unimplemented methods. All right, notice you can override, you have to override for it to work. Whatever is in here, this abstract method, because there is no body in there, if you try to inherit this guy, you have to implement the body or do something in here. Otherwise, you're out. So I can say print something. Now I have added the details. Okay. Guess that I have added the details here, but this class, which is an abstract class, does not have the detail of that method. Some classes, you want to keep it like that so that nobody knows how you got that method or how that method works. And you put this class somewhere, this has the detail, okay? This child has the detail. Okay. Let me see if I can explain this. Imagine, well, one thing you do know that children are more educated than our fathers in general. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Because you know more computers than your father. That's kind of given, right? Because you are very up to date. We are very up to date and stuff. Now, that means that you have more sensitive knowledge than our fathers do. So our father might want to be the abstract. So here's the parent. And our father might want to go in and do the handshake business with somebody else. And our father is designed with only the method name, but doesn't show how this method was created. But in the background, my son, who is class 2, he has the masala that actually builds the stuff. But he's not going to be in public. I'm not going to throw him out there in public. He's going to do all the coding for me. And I, as a father, I'm going to go out there with just that. People are just going to know, oh, it's just a print method. But what goes inside the print method lies with my son. Nobody will have access to that one. Understand?
So that's a good way for like other people to not steal your code. Like say you're working in a group and the weak link is just a smoocher.
Yeah.
You know, takes everyone else's code. Okay.
Yes. So what I can imagine what you could do is, as an architect, you would be hiding this particular class, the child class. You're going to lock it up in somewhere. Nobody's going to know where. In this project, you're able to lock it up. Okay? That's going to have these codes. And nobody will see these codes. But you'll be able to use the code just by using the word print and then parentheses. But if you try to even click and open it, it won't tell you, it won't go there. See, if I click here, it doesn't take me to this class, this method. If I click back and forth, let me show you an example here. This children's class, if I click on this car, it takes me here. If I block this and control and hold my cursor and click, it takes me to this car method my parent had. With me so far? Again,
Yeah, we're with.
children's class, look, I can click on control, I can click on this car, bam, it took me to the parent class where that method was created, right there. But look at this. This class, I have access to this guy, and here's the method. If I control and click on it, nothing. Access denied. It won't take me to this right here, the child that has that implementation of print something. I don't have access anymore. Make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. So the whole point of abstraction, meaning hiding details, it helps with securing sensitive code. And this idea applies with a lot of hackers and things like that. So this can be designed in a way that hackers don't have access to those sensitive code and won't be able to mess around with stuff. Okay. Now, one other thing that you need to know about abstraction is when you want 100% abstraction, use something called interface. They will ask you on this, what is an interface? You're going to say interface is a class. Interface is a class that contains 100% or complete abstraction. Right. What's the difference between abstract class and interface? Check this out. This is abstract class. Because I wrote abstract, okay, in front of the class word. I have two types of method. This one is an abstract method. And this one is a regular method. So I got 50% abstract right here and 50% non-abstract. With me on that?
Yeah, we're with you.
Okay. But if I create an interface, okay, if I make this into an interface, let me create another class called interface. And class, call it class 3. This is class 3. If I call this interface, and if I take same 50% abstract method and 50% non-abstract method here, that's going to be a problem. This is not allowed.
Everything has to be abstract.
Everything has to be abstract. That means I can't have this body even. So that is like the mother of all security. Okay.
So under interface, you can only have
Yes.
codes like this, like public, abstract, void, print, but nothing else inside the brackets.
Correct. It is like a blueprint of method.
It's like your table of contents, and then it'll tell you these things are in there, but you can't access it yet.
Right. And it's a little more strict. If you do want to use this abstract concept, you have to implement. Whoever wants to use this abstract class will have to write a code for all of these. There's no option. You can't just say, oh, I'll put a code for that one, but I don't want to use that one. I don't like that. No, it's not going to work. And the way you can use this is not by extending, but it's called implements the word. So if I say another class called another class, okay. If I wanted to use this interface, if I wanted to use these method names inside this interface, and I don't want people to see my code, 100% abstraction, nobody get to see nothing, I have to implement this, not extend, but implement. So if you have to use the word implements, and then give the name class 3. Okay, already immediately Java is complaining. He's like, okay, I see you trying to use that interface class 3, but you have not used these, defined these methods yet. You have not put the body, what the secret code is gonna be for those yet. You have to do it. So what you can do is you can either take suggestions and say add unimplemented methods, okay? And it gave you those exact same methods that were there, which is print, got you here, and then print something that's there, and waiting for you to add the code in here. Any question?
So implements allows you to use those abstract classes?
Correct.
Okay.
So you have to also use this word called, we use keyword implements instead of what?
Extent.
Correct. And you need to say that to your interviewer, that you are so, you understand these things, that you know these things. Implement instead of the keyword extends when using an interface. Okay. Why is interface important, needed? Provides a masking of the sensitive code. Provides security and access control. Of course, object cannot be created at all. At all. Shobuz, what's the difference between abstract class and interface?
Abstract class and interface. So in the abstract class, we can use a public main void. We can we can call, I cannot explain, but with the interface, we can call only abstract.
Yes, you're right, and I know what you're trying to say. Abstract class may contain, come on, fill in the gaps for me, and do start like this in a nice way. May contain abstract what?
Abstract method.
Abstract, oh, you could say contain abstract or regular methods. in any combination, if you want to add that. Okay, but what? Interface is different. Why?
Can only have abstract, may only contain abstract methods.
Correct. Contain abstract methods. And we saw that with abstract class, we could inherit by the word extends. Okay. Abstract classes. Come on.
Use extent keyword.
Can be inherited using keyword what?
Extent.
Extends, all lowercase, but interfaces can only be what?
Implemented.
Using the keyword implements. Oh my God! If you can say this, they're definitely they're gonna get scared. Whoever is interviewing you will probably get scared. You might have a little fear of being rejected for knowing too much. No, don't. Just be your best, okay? And I know you will still struggle. I'll mock interview you and see how you do this. But
You have a spelling mistake.
where?
Object cannot be created at all. That line. You just said object.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. And I'll post these notes in the section here. Somewhere down here, I will say notes, and it's going to be there. As well as you will see that all of these that I went over in this OOPS chapter, it's all written down with some images as well. So if you want to fall back on and get the scoop of this, please do so. In closing, I just want to show you this. This might help you kind of remember in smaller chunk. Have this image in your mind when you go for an interview, that Java OOPS concept has 4 elements to it, 4 principles: abstraction, polymorphism, inheritance, and encapsulation. Polymorphism is a combination of that overloading method and method overriding. Abstraction, we just talked about the abstract class can have abstract methods, and then you have interface, which is 100% abstraction. Encapsulation, we use access modifiers like default, public, private, protected to control access and encapsulate data or encapsulate code. And inheritance has this idea of passing down the methods and attributes of one class to the other, from superclass to the subclass. So just have that in your mind, memorize very well, so that you can deliver these messages to your interviewer. The benefits of this OOPS, if they ask you why is this important, well, you're going to say that it makes Java programming faster and easier to execute. It helps us do that because if I have the overriding possibility, I can use the same method name multiple times. That makes it faster. I don't have to create an object. I can just call the method instantly when I need it. It provides a clear structure of the program. Like Tony said, organization, where you put stuff. Don't put all your methods in one place. That will be so difficult to read. but you could have some methods in one class, other methods in another class, different pantries everywhere. Go and get it when you need it. And everybody can use it from that. Less code. And you might hear the word dry principle. Dry meaning don't repeat yourself. So Java has this with oops concept. We can just write it once. If we use that method more than twice, we can just call the method. We don't have to write the code again and again. And the same idea is reusability. If we don't have to write it again and again, when we can keep using the same thing, that's what it means, reusability. That reusable code. That means reusable applications. We don't have to create it twice. If I can reuse the same thing that was created, that means shorter development time. If they give me something to develop, I don't have to sit there and create all the methods. That will cut down on time for me. I can just create the methods that I need. What are these methods, you're probably asking? You're going to have a method in 2 weeks from now that's going to click a button here. You're going to have a method that's going to type something here. Everything that you're going to do in automation, you're going to have a method. Okay? And you're going to notice that you have to use the same method more and more, many times. Like this X button here. You may have to click on X and then type in something again, and then click on this X button, and then type in again, and click on this X button. So that method, which we're going to call it click on this X button, we're going to put it somewhere that we can inherit it, and without having to create an object, keep calling just that word, and it does that automation for me and makes my life easy. With me so far? You're going to see your code. Initially, as you're writing the code, when you have created those methods, your automation is going to become so much easy to do. All you do is next, you just call a few methods, and then the whole site gets automated and does things for you. All right? This is your project. You are going to create bits and pieces of stuff. So create a project called oops and a package called oops. And inside that package, you create a superclass called base page. You name it just the way it is. Inside the base page, you create a method called print with object as parameter. Okay, so you're going to write it like this. Method, if you create a method called print, public void print, your parameter, instead of saying string and then text, you want to call this object. Forgot to elaborate on this. If you don't know what it is, if you don't know if it's a string, or you don't care, you pass an int or double, you can always say object. If you say object, that means Java will take whatever you throw at it. All right? If you throw int at it, it's gonna print out int. Okay? So if I say south, and here I put in text, watch this. I don't want to extend this. Don't want this either. And suppose I call this method print. It works like magic. So I could just put a text, and what's going on? Static. Print it out. It printed out the text. If I put in a number, Print it out. It prints out the number. What if I put text and number? Here's text and put some numbers. It's still gonna print out the text and the number. Any questions about this object type as data type? Are you all there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It got pretty quiet. You do that, and then you have that method, and that method works for everything, no matter what you pass in it. Next thing, create a subclass called page1 in that same packet. In this class, you create a variable called pi. I want to see how you create one. And you're going to demo the project to the class next time you see me. Create a constructor to set the value of the pi 3.14. So inside the constructor, you're going to set the value, meaning you're going to say pi equals 3.14 inside the constructor. You create a non-static method with double radius, and which is going to be the perimeter, which would calculate the area of the circle and return the area. I want you to do these little tasks. So small tasks broken down. And then that's it. You're done with that. Understand that this base page is your superclass, and I said these are subclasses. So you have to inherit this superclass's properties. You have to say extend, subclass extends superclass. So I want to see those also. I will look through your, you don't have to submit the code, okay? Once again, you don't have to submit the code anywhere for this one. It is a class demo, and I want to see how you did. We're also not going to have a homework help class for this, unless you request, but I don't think you need to. Just follow these. Create another class called page2. Create any private attribute. I want to see how you're able to read this and understand what you have to do. Private, I have the keywords there. Create, oh, I didn't show you this, bummer. I'll show you real quickly right now. Create another subclass called main page. So this is what's going to be main page. You want to also extend main page with the base page. Base page is the grandfather, right? You call the method in the page1 by passing any radius that you created, and use print method created. So two methods you have created, put in two different classes, and you're going to call it to use it in this main page. Okay, this shows me your ability to handle 4 classes and communicate between them, and how well you're able to do. It's going to throw some errors when you play with it, and read the errors and try to fix the issues. That's your learning experience that I'm looking for. About page2, this is something called getter and setter, and I'm going to show you right now real quickly. Is that okay? Or is that going to be too much? You all there?
Yeah, we're here. We just have we got somewhere to be by 3:30. But how long do you think this will take us?
This is probably like 15 minutes.
Yeah, that should be okay.
Okay, so I'm going to call this getter and setter. Okay, this is a project, and here's how it's done. I can have 2 classes. One is called page1. With the public static void main. And the other one, page2, no public static void main, right? Suppose I want this page 1 to execute stuff and page 2 to store stuff that are private. I don't want anybody to access it. So I can have something called private static string name equals, or suppose pi, if I say double pi, the value of pi equals 3.14. And I don't want anybody to access that. I don't want anybody to change that. Now, okay. Outside of this class, you have 0 access. That means if I go in here and try to pick up on that material, if I say page 2, dot, I don't have it here. Okay. See, if I put public, and if I say page 2, now I have that pi double, okay, and I can even change the value. So let's say 5.14, which I may be wrong, but it will allow me to do that. And if I print out, I can print it out. I just messed up everything. South and page 2.py, it will let me print out 5.14. But pi's value is not 5.14. It should be 3.14. So somebody, an amateur programmer, might go in and try to mess around with that data that I have in that class. And you don't want them to access that. You don't want them to do that. Okay? Then you can say private, and this guy now is not gonna, the program is not gonna allow him to change that value to that. Okay? You understood that already in one of these examples. But I really need to change it. You can give them different type of access. You can have them change it through a method, for example, not a direct access. So you can have a method called public static. Notice this is private, but you could say set pi. Okay? You just create a setter method. You're going to now set the value of pi, but only through this method. All right? And you can say, you're going to say the word this dot. This word means, whenever you say this word this, it means this class, something that's in this class only. So this dot pi, if you say that and put an equal sign and allow access. So that means you have to put in a parameter here, and you would say double any value or pi, and this pi you put it here to close that. And now what's the issue? Set method return type to void. Yes, forgot the void thing. Void cannot use this static. If I take the static off, I don't know why this error is showing up this way, but I want to add this pi here, Okay, let me change this to just like P and see if that resolves the issue. That might work too. But this keyword, this, should also work. I don't know why it's not working. Maybe I need to restart, but I don't want to do it right now. So if you ever see this dot, I just need you to understand the concept that it's really nothing but all it's pointing to is this particular pi variable, the storage. And whatever you pass, you can change it to. So now if I call this method set pi, I should be able to change it through here and then print it out. So let me just take this error thing off for now. And I go in here. I'm going to call this method called set pi. So page 2 dot set pi. This is public. This will allow me to change the value of the pi. And now I can say, I can make a mistake. 5.14, it got changed. And if I print the value of pi, I still can't print it because I don't have access to that, but I can have another method that's going to, public method that's going to print it out for me or return it to me. So I could have something called public getter method. This is the setter method, and now I can have a getter method. Static. This will return, not a void, so it will return double, which is the pi, and the name usually starts with get. So get pi, and in here you're just going to return this dot pi. Again, this is gonna have, it's having an issue here. I may need to just restart the program, but without the this is working, that's fine with me. Okay, so that's going to return pi. So I can just use this method. I don't have access to this, but I do have access to this pi through this method called getter method or get pi. So if I go here and say page 2 dot get pi, this line is changing, is setting the pi with this method called set pi, and this method here is getting it for me, and it's going to print it out over there. Let me change it to 6.14, and it's going to print out that 6.14. You may ask, why do I need this? Well, you might want to make your class private to a certain degree. If you want to make this class read only, then you just want to have this method. So just have getter method to make it read only, meaning you can only read it, you can't set anything. Or you can have just have setter method to make it write only. Okay, so this is an option they will ask you in the interview. I do see some of these codes in some classes. Do I create one? Not as much, every once in a while, but don't get shocked when you see something like that. Why do they have this as private? Why do they have it this way? It's just for extra security, that if you want access, you go through that method, don't get it directly. Okay, any questions about the getter and the setter method? Any questions in general, guys?
No.
Oh, okay, next class, are you okay meeting on the 20th? I know it's kind of pretty close to Christmas.
Yeah, that's cool with me. Yeah, I don't have a problem meeting any day besides Christmas.
Okay. We might actually, next class is the last class for Java. And,
Okay.
And we're done. And then we're going to start doing Selenium. And the first class I want to have on Selenium is on the 27th. Um, but I am able to do 2 classes every week. So how do you feel about that, Shobuz and Haley?
What are the days that we would have class? Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday, same time.
From
Okay,
now,
What was that, Shobuz?
so I'm not sure. I might get.
Uh,
yeah,
yeah, talk to me.
I think-
Maybe we can structure something. I mean, look, I don't have to do 2 classes per week if you don't want to. But if you
no,
want
it
to, I can
would
do.
be good because we can go a little bit quicker. But Saturday for me, I know me as well. I probably will have to work unless we did Saturday later in the day. But then that kind of kills you Saturday night.
Yeah. What is there any possibility of doing it like we've been doing homework help like midweek in the evenings?
Sure.
Yeah, so
Just
just
'cause I
instead
think-
of homework help, we just have class, and then if anyone has issues, they just reach out to you privately. I don't know.
Sure. What would be a good day?
Yeah, Thursday would be a good day for me. It's just Saturday is weird because if we can do Thursday night
Mhm.
or evening time, that'd be great. It's just because of work.
Okay. Shobuz, does that work for you?
Yeah, I'm free, but yeah, no problem.
So then we'll do Sunday night. Sunday morning, right?
And then Thursday 5:30
Do you want to
or whatever.
pull that into maybe Tuesday?
Tuesday.
That way, because I'm gonna have a whole bunch of. How about we do that Wednesday?
Wednesday. Okay.
Here's
Wednesday. What time?
here's why. I know y'all are okay with the 2-day classes, but it's gonna add a lot of work on you. You do understand that.
Yeah.
And each class is going to require you to automate something that will be your homework. And you're going to struggle initially. Your program is going to fail. It fails more so with automation than because it's orchestration of those actions, and sometimes they work too fast, too slow, and got to balance things out. What if we did a Sunday class and that gives you a homework, and you got only Monday to finish, and or it's going to be due the next class. So that means if we have a Wednesday class, you have to be done by Wednesday, because if
Yeah.
you don't do it, you're going to be lost in Wednesday's class. You'll fall behind.
I think it's okay because then between Tuesday to Sunday we have more days, but also Sunday, we just came off the previous class, so most people don't work Sunday, so that gives all of Sunday to work on it if we want, and 2 days.
Yeah.
I think it works good with me.
Shobuz?
Yeah, so if everyone is agree, then it's fine.
So here's what's going to happen. Sunday you get an assignment, and that's due Wednesday. Now, if you stumble on the assignment, you can call me up and I can have a homework help class on Tuesday. Okay? This could be either a group class or you can call me independently.
Yeah, sounds good.
Wednesday, the assignment that I'm going to give you, I can have a Saturday morning available, or afternoon, or maybe Thursday evening, or even Friday evening. Okay? I don't know if I want to set up something. Thursday would be nice, but you're not going to have enough time to finish it by Thursdays for sure. So I don't know how we're going to work that out, but let's give it a shot, see how that goes, and we'll play by ear.
Or because we are doing work and some other issues, one day in a week is, I think. But if anyone wants to move first, then that's fine.
Now, Shobuz, are you working right now, or just?
I'm actively interviewing and do some other projects, so that's what I'm doing.
I see. So, but you still have a pretty good amount of time available, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, I recommend give it a shot.
Yeah. Okay.
and let me take you there. If you fall behind a little bit, we'll catch you up. Maybe the group can say, okay, it's too much for me, and can we wait a little bit? We can wait and slow down. But good thing
We
is,
can just play it by
yeah,
see if it works.
yeah. Good thing is, if it works, then I can get you in the market faster.
Yeah.
And you could be going for an interview and maybe even get the job faster. February is when hiring is going to pick up a lot, and then it peaks at about August. But I'm really hoping that maybe by May that you will have a job. I don't want to be too hopeful. You never know. You might surprise me, but we'll see. Okay. Any questions?
No, no questions. When would we start the Wednesday, Sunday thing?
So the next class is your last class on Java. It's going to be the 20th, next Sunday.
Okay.
And the 27th is I'm going to have a class where it's going to be installation. Plus, I will have a class for you, a simple automation on the 27th.
Okay.
After the 27th, we're going to kick off. At that
So
point, if you decide you wanted to have one on Wednesday, I can have one.
okay.
Or-
So we'll probably plan on the 30th of December being the first Wednesday class.
Sure, if that works for you guys.
Sounds right. Sounds good to me.
And evening class is 5 better or 5:30 better? Or even sooner
Five.
better?
5:30 would be 5:30 is good because not too late but not too early.
Okay, then we'll do 5:30.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Any concerns? Questions?
No, no concerns. Thank you for class.
All right. Thanks a lot. Have a good day. Bye.
All right, bye.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.